Excellent connection, it says. Okay, fantastic. Hey, what's up, guys? Good to see you here on a Sunday. Nice Sunday afternoon. Well, almost evening, late afternoon. It's about 50 degrees, overcast, rainy. What better day could you ask for some coding? No yard work to do. So here we go. We're back on this MK Plus. And today I think we're going to do, we're going to work into that chopped game mode here. I think yesterday we worked on figuring out the, we spent 2 hours on that, by the way, yesterday's ninja head rip conclusion. And it's going to be easier just creating sprites for it. So we're just going to make some sprites for it, which is pretty easy. Maybe we'll get some sprites in the next day or two for those. So we're going to, let's see. First, let's see where we're at with the chopped game mode here. Which I also wanted to ask. You guys had any suggestions for the game mode? I think currently I just have it called Chop Suey. I don't know. There's probably a better name for it, but if you guys have a name for it, just let me know. But we'll see it where it's at in its present state. Or doesn't matter what stage we pick. But test your might. As you'll see, we'll get through maybe a couple chops, and then the game doesn't like it. As you can see right there, Scorpion didn't reset his animation. Sub-Zero just couldn't get the job done. Gotta figure out what my main buttons are here for player 2. See what he does if he chops it. Okay, so you see what problems we have to fix here. If we chop it one more time, I believe, with Scorpion, it should crash it. Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's where we're at with that. So what we could do, it kind of, let's see, I started looking at this morning. And let's see what I got here, game modes. Additional game modes, there we go. Bookmarks here. So here we got additional game mode. And like I said, if you guys got a better name or suggestions for the game mode, let me know. As of now, it's just called Chop Suey. And let's see. Browse through this real fast, kind of refamiliarize myself what's going on here. So we start the game mode. It formats some RAM here. We have, looks to be original RAM locations here. I can tell by the 105 addresses. Just anything that's newer that I've added, I tend to do it in a different location. So we've got player 1 button, input history, player 2. We're clearing that out. We're moving in a string. We're processing the string. And they normally process the strings onto a certain particular layer in RAM. I move it because we have to clear it throughout the process, and it's a little easier moving it to a different location in RAM because I don't necessarily want to remove everything on the string layer. So we move that to clear that. Looks like we move in test your might string, page layer, and let's see, structure the background, load the stage, locate it into RAM. We're getting player 1 ID. And then we are creating the fighter. And then we're moving that object into player 1's table object RAM location. And then after we create player 1, let's do this here. A little note there, create fighter 1. After we create fighter 1, looks like we're going down here. Genre generic. Assign a palette, and then this is going to be a location. We're relocating that object, and we're adding it to the layer. So whenever you create an object in the game, you have to assign it to a layer, and the layer is just a location in RAM. It's a pointer of a daisy chained object pool. And looks like we set our game mode. Actually, move 1. Okay, we're creating a new process here, our thread instance of create fighter player 1. So if we wanted to see that, we can probably down here. Player 1 material, is that what that said? So we create a fighter player 1. Here we go. So that's going to create an instance of this here. Looks like we got the material. Move that into the structure. The ID, we're moving that into the structure. And we have player 2 here. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just we're using the code afterwards. We're just jumping here, and we should probably let's do that. That way it's easier to find this actual symbol when we're looking for it, or this bookmark. All right, and then we got create fighter continuation here. Slide 4. Here's the animation table of the array, and we're just going to find the correct animation depending on the character ID. All that's good. We know all this is great because it does this initially right off the rip when you start it. So that's where we were. Okay, so it's going to create that thread. It's going to do the material for it. Disable object velocities. I can't remember why that was. There is a flag where you throw it into this particular base and address, and disables velocities. I'm sure it's used in the game many times. I just can't recall anything off the top of my head. What up, Curb, Sess, Michael, Ivy, Mega? Oh, man, that's crazy. What up, Inferno? How you guys doing? All right, there's our. We can actually change the meter color if we wanted to. Let's see, going down here. And one thing I saw that which I want to change real fast is, where was the, it was an instance, a thread instance that I was looking for. A screen shake, when you chop it, the screen shakes. And I was looking at this morning, and I think I want to change it because as soon as I find it, I'll explain what's going on with it. But the screen shakes, but during this routine, if it's already shaken, it doesn't create a screen shake since it's already shaken. Like say if player 1 chopped and then player 2 chopped, if player 2 chopped it at the end of the first chop, it could detect that that screen shake instance is still there, but it could be at the end of that screen shake. And if the code were to stay the same, it would not create a new one, and it would look a little funny. Obviously, you don't need 2 screen shakes at once. So I have a routine that will look for an instance. If it doesn't find one, it will create it. And I want to replace that with find any instance of it, destroy it, and then create a new one. Kind of restarts it. That's a good way of looking at it. Here it is. Okay, so this is the screen shake. So this is locating an instance of that particular thread. If there is one, it won't do the screen shake. If there isn't one, it will. But what I want to do is, instead of calling thread instance locate, there is a thread instance destroy, and create. This destroys all instances of the ID and AO and creates a new single instance. So I think that's probably going to be the way to go. I'm not saying that's going to fix any current problems. It probably won't, but I feel like that that should be done like that. And also we can do you can add a breakpoint in there. And what that's going to do is when I run this from main, it'll automatically break at that point. So we'll close that instance of main down, and then we'll build this. Oops, wrong button. We don't want to hit that button. We want to build this one. We're going to update the binary, rerun it, go in the chop GUI, hit a chop, and then you'll see the break there. And with any binary update, it changes the CMOS settings or the value, the revision. It auto increments on each build, so you'll be presented with this while developing, unless I wanted to change that, but I like it the way it is. Alright, so here's our thread instance destroy create. And a screen shake ID for this instance is 200B. It's going to go through, it's going to destroy any instance of it, and then it's going to create A0 to A1. It checks the value if it's been destroyed or not. So that may be where we need to start looking for the crash. So go down to code here and see what's going on. Screen shake, get meter object structure, get current value of the meter, get value needed to break the material, and that's the basic just to compare. And if there's a carryover, a C flag set, then we'll go to failed. Range just a little bit, it's a little easier to see. All right, so then I'm just gonna execute the material break, and I believe this is where we move. Let's see, the instruction strings or the low attacks increase power block button strikes. It's gonna remove that. That's, you know, potentially however many characters this is times 2 because of the shadow. It's gonna free up those objects in the object pool because it needs to create the shattering pieces that are flying. So that should help with that. And that is on, what is it on? 104 FA30. So if I punch that into RAM here, you'll see 104 FA30 starts here, and then the address is 100 F420. And this is a location where it's just going to be a pointer of pulled objects that are all, I don't know what the correct term is for it. I keep calling it like daisy chained because they're all connected. If you go in here and punch into F20, you punch in at 100 F420 code or address here, you'll see it pop up here, and then you'll see the next one that's in line. And if you go to that address, you'll see another one, and etc. That's the way it works. But that's the object pooling. All right. So that's gonna clear that out, and as you can see, FA30. Now we have no objects in there. Since there's no objects in there, those particular items, these string characters here for the instructions, those be wiped. And let's go down the line here. Let's see. Oh, this is an interesting comment I have. Bug fixed on original game. Not sure what the flag does though. So we're moving a flag into 105 1C00. And I wish I could remember what that was. Not exactly sure what that is for, but I had to have found it somehow. So let's pull that up. See, there's nothing in that location. It's going to move that flag in there, and we can actually play test and throw that flag in there and see what it does during normal gameplay. We'll see if we can figure that out. All right, here we're going to get the material. This material that we're going to get here is basically just the little bits and pieces that fly when you chop it. So we're looking to see what material we're on, and then we're going to get the chopped materials, and then it's going to create them and give them some velocity. Sprite to post chopped version, and then we're going to update the chopping block. Make the bits fly, make the sound. And it looks like I've got some commented code out here where we're going back to that 105 1C00 address and checking for the flag. If there's no flag, it's going to jump. There's a flag. It's going to move 3 into A2. It's going to move 3 into that same RAM address. It's going to play two different sounds. This is probably original code from the existing TehDrewsus, and I omitted it because it was either unuseful for our particular rechopping sequences that we're doing, which is probably the case, or something like that. So obviously we're going to reset our stance and reload the material, and there's going to be a continuous chopping sequence. So some of the things from the original TehDrewsus mini game mode obviously have to be reworked for it to fit. Yeah, Curb TehDrewsus is this little mini game is just basically you and a friend. You're gonna go through all the materials, and whoever goes the fastest is gets the bragging rights. That's all it is. So, all right, so that's going to give a little 30H delay there. It's gonna play a sound. It used to be the excellent sound. Looks like I changed it. We can probably re-implement that because that might be kind of cool. Check if last. We're gonna check if it's the last material. It looks like we have 5 materials total if we're comparing it to 4. If it is last, we're gonna go to chop, so we chopped last one. But it seems to be our crash is happening before we even get to the last one. We get to the 3rd one and we're having problems. So this area might be interesting to look into as far as seeing what's tying it up. So let's see, if it's not the last one, we're going to move the material location, day 0. We're going to get the difference between 105, 1A60. Let me punch that up there. I've got 2 different material locations. I'm sure it's for a good reason. What that reason is, I cannot recall, so we gotta find out. Thread, let me see, this is our main thread here. The way this game's work, the way they work with threads and or processes, however you want to call them. If you're in debugger, current address of the structure of the process that's currently running is always going to be in register A13. So that's a good way to find out what it contains. Just punch in the address at A13 and then poking around and see what's going on. Because right now we have offset of 20. I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with that. I'm sure I've got some kind of offset description in here somewhere. I would think I typically try to do that. So when I'm going back through code like this, I'm not so lost. Like it's 1, right? 20. Yeah, value of 1. Doing a bit set check on that. All right, so let's go back in here and debugger here. So it's chopping. We'll run through this. We'll put another breakpoint down here. last one. Okay, so we'll run through that. Oh wow, we get a crash. That's interesting. Run it back. Run it back.
Your might.
Oh, okay. That has to do with, let's go back to our screen shake. So there's something with the screen shake. That change we just made. Gotta believe it doesn't like it, or I'm missing something on that thread instance.
Your might.
Alright, let's see what's going on here with this change we did. Area 1, I bet it's the, let's see. Well, no. Okay. Try that again. I'm gonna have to go into that method there and see. Seem to come out of it. Seem to return from the call without a problem. Now it's just kind of cycling through all the procedures, all the processes. A1, okay, thread. C8. Oh, wait a minute. Five 1690. Okay, so it's thinking there. Let's see, jump not equal. So one of the that should be jumping that. Okay, let's back it up and see. See what's setting that flag, so we can track that down. Let's see. Instance destroy creates. Alves is going to be setting our flag here when we return back to this thread creation routine. That's going to be our flag setter, and that's what's making us jump over the other code. So we got to make sure that's fine. If it is, it could be just a simple mix-up of my flag expectancy. Let's see, unused stacked, we're gonna move that, A. This is gonna set a flag here right off the rip, because whenever we call any kind of value from RAM, any kind of branching, like the jump to when not equal or equal, all those branching flags, they're gonna look at these flags here. You see a C flag here. It's a carry flag. So whenever you do any kind of memory moving from the RAM, it's going to set that flag accordingly. So I'm going to check the unused thread stack, 0. And then I'm just going to move that. It's 20 behind the stack pointer. And then this is going to push the stack. And it's pretty much going to save all of our flags. And then we come back here. It's going to pop the stack and it's going to bring those flags back. So 105, 33, 40. Here. Probably have some info on it that I saved. This is the available location to use as control structures task threads. Okay, so right there, but that's what I thought. So when you pop the stack, see the flags here. They're gonna revert to where they were when the stack was pushed. And then we're gonna move from memory into SP, or from the stack pointer into AO. That's also gonna do, that's gonna affect the flags. So if we have a A0 was never 0, so okay, so we're good there. So let's see. And if it was 0 or equal to 0, you would have a D flag here, and then it would have jumped all the way down to 29 BO, which would have been down here. It would have returned. That's why it's jumping it. Okay, it makes sense now. Been a minute. Like I'm getting back on that bicycle here. Breakpoints up. Alright, so if we go in here, pull up the program here. You got there, we've got 52E. Yep. It's CB06, CB is the branch for if not equal to 0. So if we put CA, it'll be if equal. And then you'll see this is say JREQ. Now it's going to do the screen shake. So what I kind of want to do now is pick out my main for player 2 so I can get that chop into, make sure that's operating correctly. It's gonna be quite difficult, but I want to try to get both of them at once. And I don't think that's gonna happen. It's just not humanly possible to do that with a controller and a keyboard. All right, so let's change that. All right, so now that code pretty much, if there is a thread, and it destroys it, it's gonna create another one. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, we don't need this branch at all. Look into that real fast. Let's see. Master screen shake, call you to find shake loops in A11 and shake them out in A10 example. Alright, so let's go look at that real fast because I'm not sure. If we're gonna need that branching or not. See how that screen shake is deployed. Just to be sure, but we may not need a branch with that new thread location. Sounds kind of crazy there. I'll pause that. Where was that branch at? What did I do with that branch? 5030. Oh, it's above that. Okay. All right, so we're going to remove 200B instances if there are any of them. It's going to recreate it. So 200B should be our ID. Create it. And then we'll go on the screen shake here. And there's our 200B. Okay, so I see. Okay. So after all that, I come to realize I had it right the first time. We can go ahead and let's do. Okay. I see what was going on. So I feel like it was creating more instances of that screen shake, but it didn't seem like it unless they were simultaneous, and it was hard to notice. Destroy. Okay. So that's what we want. Gotta see if this thread destroy works. I think it works on IDs and register AO. See, we'll have to dig through this thread real fast and see what's going on. Honestly surprised it hasn't hit a breakpoint. That's weird. Locates the thread structure and AO removed from the index chain. That current thread, then remove it from the index. Okay. This is what we want. Searches for a thread from instance in A0. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. I like that because we don't have to worry about branching off. It's just gonna look for the ID in A0. If it's there, then destroy it. Okay, so this is a breakpoint on the thread instance remove that we're going to use for that. Okay, that already does the clear A1 and not A1. Fantastic. So we can take that out of there. Need that F1 because it ands the ID instance. Looks for it. Okay, so. And if it does find it, it's going to compare that thread instance location and RAM, and it compares it to A13, which I said earlier was the current process that we're looking through on the debugger. And it makes sure it's not the same one that's running this code, because if it kills this code, then it's going to crash. You don't want that. Okay. That should work. Let's give that a shot. This whole learn to code thing is paying dividends. I know it's captivating and riveting stream here. I am not a professional coder by any means. It's not what I do for a living, by the way. This is just a hobby. I'm a hobbyist. Self-taught. I actually want to go back to that breakpoint. Just to step through it, just to make sure we're good. 85. CEO.
Sub-Zero. Test your might. Excellent.
Oh, we didn't break. Interesting. Okay, so problem starts after round 2 when they go to reset. Thing I have to fix on this is the what is this? The collapse code, the collapse stuff is it expands all of them and it loses my position, so it's kind of a pain in the butt. All right, so let's put a bookmark in there next time. Find it right here at the top when we sort it by name. Oh, that's why I didn't break, because that breakpoint was for something else. I knew that. That breakpoint was for this here. or Shanks through words. Let's step through that real fast, make sure everything's good, and then we'll move on because that is not the root of the problem for the animation reset.
Kano, Sub-Zero. Test your might.
A real way to test this is to get two chops out almost at the same time so we can make sure it destroys the first one and creates the second one.
Test your might.
Alright, thread instance remove. Here, just gonna check and see if any of them contain that thread ID, which it's not going to. There are no chops. And from there, it's gonna do the screen shake, so we're good there. Okay, so let's go back through here and see why our animations are not resetting. It definitely updates the material ID. You can see the next one's going to be I think it's the iron. Oh, material. Dolphin flag. Okay, let's see. Restart goal thread. This is the fun part of coming back to old code. Just trying to figure out why I wrote something and what it does. It's always fun. Looks like we got a base ID of thread instance ID of 3500, and we're going to add probably the player ID to it. Hard address about this. Let's go check this out. All right, job so we change goal. This is what we're resetting to. Take a look here and see if it actually does that. It does. Update the arrow. Up to Corey B. Yeah, we're back at it. We're back at it. Trying to figure out where I left off here on this new game mode. Mini game mode, I should say. It's not a big deal. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say. You see, I removed the. This is part of the original code where it would say the name of it, of the material, which I may bring back. I just figured it would be probably best to not have it right now because there's so much going on. Just want to get it working correctly, and then we'll start slowly putting things in it. All right, so we're at chop, so we reset chop and flag. Let's see what's going on. Station 105, weekend 60. So this is the button history for player one. We're gonna keep tabs on that. Out. 2. Go up here and see if I can't get a definition of my offsets here for this process. Find out where we create it. Jump to create fighter. It may be in that process there. Most likely not this one, because it's an existing table process structure, which is carried over from the original. Test your might. Probably gonna be this table 1 control. Alright, well, we gotta have, let's see, it's gotta be in here. Okay, here we go. Branch to custom chop execution player 1 if chop suey mode. Alright, so let's see here. We'll put a breakpoint on here. We'll reset this because it would be useful to have the offset definitions here when I'm looking at code here to see what I should be expecting from the register when it's pulling value from it.
Sub-Zero.
We'll see when this process starts here.
Test your might.
Status, okay, so that's where it triggered. Our animate chop, okay. 20 offset is our fighter ID, or not fighter ID, but player ID, player 1 and player 2. Flag, and now we're back to where we were. I gotta figure out what 200 is for. What is 2? Let's see. 200, I think, was the material. If I'm not mistaken. Let's go. Update material. I'm sure that I've seen. Look. That chopping flag was. Material ID. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Got that down. Alright, so we're getting material ID in A0. It's 1. Jump to chop, so we create fighter continued. Test your mic material goal location in A0. This we're going to pull how far up the meter. Got to go to destroy this next material. We're going to grab the animation for the breathing. And we have another offset here of 180 and A10. We got there 102. Okay, so looks like the 210 looks like it's gonna hold the goal for the material. Material chopping goal. That's what we'll call that. 3 P's apparently. Chapong. Got that down. $180 is another offset we have. 105. Pointer to pointer something. We'll just jot that. Animation. Delay. This is gonna do animation. Out if that's So if this is the breathing animation, I'm kind of wondering if that's gotta be right. Not gonna go down that rabbit hole. I think it's good. I was just thinking that maybe we have a conflict of the animation in the thread as well as the button input checks in the thread, but looks like it's okay just because we're just doing one frame checks. It's not like we're continuously in a big thread delay, which would inhibit or prohibit like your inputs on your buttons, because those seem to be working fine. So we're gonna go through, let's see, compare, next frame, compare to 4 and to A0, which is B. Absolutely breathing animation. How is it getting out of this? Is this okay? We got to see if this is a different thread, because this isn't making any sense on why it can't just be going through a continuous loop here. We'll do that as we'll reset and we'll see the addresses for the original process and compare that.
Test your might.
First off, we've got, let's go with 105, 58FO. Yeah, it's a different thread. Okay, that's I was gonna say there's no way that was gonna be possible. 105, 33, 90 is the animation one, and if we pull up, let's see, 105, 33, 90. Okay, so at that point, the player ID is just a thread that controls the animation. Okay, and that explains that. So I think at this point it probably resets the material but doesn't reset the fighter, right? Let's see. Okay, so let's work on that. That looks like it's going to be a good place to start. Start with the fighter animation reset, see why that's not working.
Kano, Sub-Zero. Test your might.
Alright, so we'll do state save 0. That way we can recall the same one. Let's see. Set the flag. ID, material ID. Actually, what was 200? 200 was, yeah, material ID. And Set our animation speed here. Let's see, 180. Okay, so let's see what happens when we come back around this code after the second material is chopped. On normal, speed. Get next frame. Let's see, 1AO. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see, one offset for 1EO for our animation speed. Let's go see, because it looks like possibly the way the animations work when you put an animation speed in here is it has a countdown that every time you call get next frame, like up here, it should decrement that value, and it will update the frame when it gets to 0, when the counter gets to 0. So the higher the value you got, the slower the animation is essentially. So here it's putting value of B into 1EO offset of our process, and I'm gonna double check, but 1EO might be our frame delay for animation. 1FO, okay. FO counts down, jump if not equal, and from here, this is obviously an error in the debugger. It's saying we're moving the value and the location of our process at offset 1EO into the offset of our process of 1EO. But if you look over here at the bytes, it's actually 1EO to 1FO. But both offsets in the description there is telling you 1EO. So let's see what it's actually doing. So we punch at 105, 33, 90. We do plus. Can we do that? 1EO? Actually, I don't want to do it that way because the way it shows it in that memory map up there is you don't know where exactly it is. So we'll just let's do the math here. So 105, 35, 70. That's gonna be this. So we got 10 here. We stored that last time in the code. Right here is where we wanted to store that, and that's our countdown. That's our animation speed. Like I said, the higher the value, the slower the animation is. It counts down to 0 and then it updates the frame. So that's what that does. Let's see. And then 1EO. Actually, what was that? 1EO. So 1FO is 0. Moving that. 1EO to 1FO. That's essentially resetting the animation. Let's get in the next frame. And if it's not 0, get the next next frame. It's going to move that frame pointer into the object structure. A8, 102, 27 AO. Should be the structure of Kano's sprites there. Let's see, A10, 130 AO. Yeah, what is that structure? That's we gotta figure that out. Let's see, we've got 102, 6A. Actually, 102. Let's see what that off. Let's see, we're pulling a value from it. Red. I don't have this. I wish I'd have commented that. What is this process in A10? Let's go back up here. Did we move it over? A 180, we're moving to A10. So let's see, what was that pointer to? We don't know. So okay. What I see here is, let's see, we got if I pull up back to my cheat sheet here for MK, my offsets here, my 1 EO, 1 FO, it's animation related. EO, 1 FO, okay. EO should be frame delay, and 1 FO should be frame number. A10 is the structure that we're getting value from, and we're doing some math on. Frame countdown, okay. One FO is actually the frame countdown. 1 EO is our start, so should actually read animation speed. All right. Three. Put a breakpoint there because I noticed that when I'm stepping over, you have to step over these thread delay calls or else you'll get lost and you won't return to your execution point. But when I step over it, it'll go through it, but it'll also break on another thread that runs the same code. Like for instance, it's bouncing back and forth between player 1 and player 2 process. I can tell because A13 keeps changing between two values. So this 105.55.50 is player 2, so we have to make sure we have 105.33.90 if we want to stay on Kano's particular process. Just stepping through here to see how the animation's going because it's going to be calling an animation update here shortly, and I want to make sure it's doing that part right. We're chasing now why his animation's not resetting. Actually, just realized something. Even the right animation here. If I paid better attention to my code, I would know. I think we're in. No, let's double check. I thought possibly we're in the meter animation portion, but here in a second. The Matrix, well, the Matrix is more matrixy, I guess, if you haven't worked in it in a while. That's where we're at today. Trying to get my bearings here on this chop suey game mode. Fixing some crashes. Hopefully get those wrinkles ironed out and get on with the rest of the game. I kind of want to go back up at the beginning here. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's go to the root here and see. Make sure we're on the right process, because I might be on the wrong animation process. I might be on the meter one. And I want to look into the actual animation for Kano. Feel like I might not be. Let's see. Great fighter. This might be it. Let's do this. For a breakpoint there. And reset.
Kano, Sub-Zero.
Alright, so now we're going to create a character here. And this is where we're at in the code. This is where we're at in Debugger. Zero, and move the material in. And 53390. Got that down. This is one of the addresses we kept coming back to. Character IDs being stored. That's all normal looking. The goal value there for the first material. I'll move that into 210. We've got that. Jot it down. And animation for breathing. FDC 1040. And we have it bookmarked here. Animation breathing. Okay, so it is. Looks like it is right. FFDC 40FO. That's the value there. Move that pointer into A9. They like to use A9 for animation in this game. 10H into AO. That's going to set the animation speed. And 180 was. Let's go back up here and see what 180 offset was exactly. Let's go find our player one. Okay, so after you create a thread, it's always going to be an A0. Let's see if we're moving anything in the offset of 180 on register 0. Doesn't seem to be. We create the thread. Moves that into layer 1 table control, and that is it. So from there we can also look for player 1 table control and see if we're pulling anything from 180 or putting anything into 180. Do a quick string search, but that might be a lot of results. See if we can't find it. Scrolling down a little bit. Their timer. Okay, so there's our table control. And then create material. That is to see if it has a 180 offset in it. FFDB. Alright, so that is existing game code. Let's bookmark that, or breakpoint that, FFDB D770. So that's existing, that's an existing call. Let's reset and try that again, see what that code's going to do with the register A7, which is going to hold our process, and we have to figure out what offset 180 is. Which I just remembered. Let's go back over here and see if I have this in my offset notes here. Okay, so typically it looks like in the control structure of a fighter, 180 is typically stores the location control structure of the opponent. So I don't see that being the case because I don't think we need to know what our opponent's doing in this instance. All right, so let's see. There's our breakpoints for test your mic, create material, and A5 is our material. Material pre-chopped. This is creating the material. It's going to locate it. And A0, and you see here we put it at 78. It's going to locate that. Going to position the vertical. Let's see, and that looks about it. I don't see anything calling offset 180 from A7. .160, we can jot that down for the control structure. That looks like it's going to hold the pre-chopped material, the pointer to that object. And let's see, add FFDB DA40. What does that point to? Type that in right. Okay, so that is pulling A1. Pulling a pointer and storing that in the 220 of the pre-chop material. Alright, that's of no value right now because this is not a part of the problem. But I had to see where it went to. Okay. Jump swing material. Good there. Alright, so we're back here. New chop mode, Arturo is basically just one player versus two player, whoever can chop through the materials the fastest. That's about it. I don't know if there's anything else I can add to it. It's just bragging rights, I guess. You and a buddy. If there's any other ideas you want to throw out there for it, feel free. We'll see what we can do. Alright, so let's see. This is setting up our meter. Tester might create power meter. That is also an absolute call. And A7 has our control. Ah, there it is. There's our 180. Draw generic and assign palette and location. So 180, finally. That took a little bit of stepping. So 180 is the pointer to the meter graphic. Okay. Now don't ask me why I had to hunt that down, because now I'm trying to return to that initial investment to see why I did that. But that's what it is. Alright, so we figured that out. Let's go A8, play history. Alright, go back to the code here. Offset, okay. That's player 2. Way down here is after player 2 is done. Starts. Gesture might update power meter in A7. Interested in seeing what that's about. I'm not sure, Arturo. To be honest, I don't think I played much of MK9, although I think a lot of people are wanting a remake of it. It was pretty true to the lore, from what I've heard. Good game too. All right, we're gonna go through, update the power meter. Let me see what that is. So let me play this. Material.
Test your limit.
Update meter. Okay, so that's the update meter. We'll do a breakpoint on A7. Okay, so this is this absolute call, which pretty much just means that it's not relative to my code. It's elsewhere on the ROM, and it's reused code pretty much from the original game, and it's just updating the graphics to the power meter based on the inputs. That's all that is. That's good. So we can go back to where we were.
Sub-Zero.
I feel like we're on the right path the first time with the animation. I just had to be sure that we weren't barking up the wrong tree with the meter when we're looking for the fighter sprites, and trying to do one small step at a time by figuring out why we don't have an update to the sprites after the second material has chopped. There's something that's bringing that process to a halt, so we got to figure out what that is. That's what we're doing. All right, so let's see. Create first timer, digit, second. We're past that. We'll collapse that. We don't need that. Chop.
Test your might.
Let's see. Okay, that's updating the ID. That's all good. Update chop material. I don't understand why I did it in this fashion. I have a separate RAM location for the chopped materials after you chop it. It seems like. Okay, 160, 160 again. 160 was a pre-chopped material. 8, and it's gonna destroy it. Okay. Makes sense there. Good player one material. Okay, so it's going to create the next one. Okay, we're going to move that object into 160. Let's make sure that is the same. Okay, for each job 160, that's good. From memory, do we push to memory? Yeah, we did. Okay, so we did. We gotta make sure whenever we're moving, whenever we have this move from memory instruction, we gotta make sure that we're pulling the right value back from the stack, and that can cause problems. And we do. We got it right there. Kind of wanna. Let's see. Gotta validate that instruction though. Hold on. Let me breakpoint. Reset this. Because it's been a while. I just want to make sure that instruction is the right instruction. The only thing that I'm wondering about is just the negative, which should take it 32 bits. Okay, so let's see. Let's pull up the old stack here, which is located at 10 FFFD0. And if we want to go 32 bits before that, D0. We're gonna have the start's gonna be right here, FF82 8590. So when we move this 102.27 AO into a negative pointer SP, it should put it right there just to make sure. And it did, 102.27 AO. That matches. So when we get down here, it should pull it 27 AO back. Back into A8. And it did. Okay, so it's popping it right. We'll continue on with the hunt. All right, so next, what do we got here? Change material name. But are we really changing the name? Because we don't have the name. So what's this even doing in here? We don't have the name in there yet. Check our player ID, not fighter, but player. It said 0 equal object in A8, 102.27 AO. And let's pull that up. This is typically the layout when I'm doing MK stuff. Usually have an object structure, which is the sprite representation of what you're looking at, and then you have the control structure, which would include things like your controls or any other variables that you don't normally put into an object structure for typical sprites, just extra data. Let's see, A8, that was 102.27 AO. This is going to be, I can see this is going to be a location. This is going to be draw type, graphic, location for that sprite. Palette index 202. And offsets for the sprites. All right, so anyways, moving on. See 161. We're down here at chop suey change goal. Look up object and character layer by X location and remove it. Destroy line. A8. One thing I keep in mind is we 27 AO. Okay, that's the same. Pop that A8 value from the stack. It was overwritten right here at the player one table object, but it was the same. So that's no worries. Just want to make sure it wasn't going to cause an issue there. Let's see, destroy line, look up object. Let's see. A7. Wait a minute. I just noticed something odd. Let's see. So we change goal find line. A1, A3. Is this a forever loop here? What's going on here? What are we iterating through right here? This is interesting. I stumble into the black hole that we were looking for. So we're iterating through stage layer 9 character, which is, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the sprites for the fighters in this particular instance, like it normally is. So we store the sprites for those fighters, and we're cycling through each object in the object pool. And it looks like we're looking for, what are we storing there? Look up the character layer by horizontal location and removing it. So we're looking up the red line here, and we're going to destroy it. Recreate it. We're just iterating through all these objects here, which, I mean, it works, but I just had a thought that maybe we can do it in a better fashion. We can probably store that object in an offset maybe, and just destroy it that way. Will it not find it? That's another question. Will it find it? 94. We're looking for 1C is the value. And let's see something here. SATA. 1C is 28. Pretty clear what it is, what I'm looking for in the code I wrote a long time ago, but the value just isn't. I'm just not familiar with 28. We're looking. Okay, I see. It's 28 horizontal. I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking vertical. I was going to say it starts at 0 at the top and counts it down. So 28 would be like over here in this line. And in actuality, we're looking for the horizontal start position. Which, I mean, that could produce a bug if we ever get something that, I guess, that also starts at that same position. There it is. So we found it. It matches. So it's going to destroy character segments, which should be the value in AO. Palette. That should be that. And just moving on, kill arrow. So 5. The color thing, Artur, I think that did get mentioned. Because if I remember correctly, there was a few more, 1 or 2 more materials we could add in there. I forgot exactly what it was, but there was something that was divisible. I think it was the fight ladder. It was pretty divisible by a few more, 1 or 2 more materials in there, so you can break up the fights like every 2 fights or something like that. All right, so what do we get? 143. Let's see. Dark Star, Infinite Loop. No, it couldn't have. I wouldn't say it would be an infinite loop, because if we go up here to when we pull the next object out of the object pool, if it reaches the end of that object pool, it'll jump that loop. Which would cause an issue. I'm thinking about that, right? Let's see. We'd have to go back into the destroy character segment call and see how it handles a 0 in that register. could be set up to just, return if so. Anyways, moving on to finding out his animation, why it's not resetting here on the third material, it seems like. Where were we at? We had ID 1. Move 38. Alright, so this is gonna look between player 1 and player 2. Yeah, 145 is our value for our kill arrow, which is our red little indicators there. I see 145. What is 145 in decimal? 325. And this is going to be functioning fine because from my recollection, it does update the arrow. We're good there. We're just going to go back through that. And then it looks like we're in this loop again. Change the goal, find the arrow loop. It's a bit redundant after going through that first. You see destroy line, kill arrow. Gotta be a reason why I did it that way, but I guess the more we step through this, the more we're gonna recall what we did and why we did it. See, so we're looking for 38. 6. And the next is 56 for stored at 56. Or another search for objects at a X location. Wrong window. So 38, what is 56 pixels from the left, which is confusing myself with what I wrote. I have a destroy line and then I have a kill arrow. Are they not the same? What am I referencing? Kill arrow. So we got another loop. We're iterating through this to find another object with that location value. I'm gonna step through it just to make sure everything cooperates, I mean, because who knows? Maybe it doesn't find it and it reaches the end of the object pool and it does not handle the value of 0 and AO when we go and call the destroy character segment function there. We'll see when we step into that, assuming we get to that point. Let's see, so 38 is our value. We're just comparing A1 to A3 here. It's tedious just stepping through it, but there can't be too many objects in here. Okay, we found it. Now I'm curious here. Let's pull up that object in here. Let's go ahead and pull up a new memory window and type in the 102db00. And let's see if we can tell what it is by looking at some of this data in here. It's 1505 for the index, offsets, draw value. It's at 90. 90 is 38, so we get AO 583. Wait a minute. So if I'm looking at this right, something's a little wonky. Something's a little wonky. Let's go to our objects here. So 90 in BO. So 90 is our horizontal location, which is 38. AO and BO. So a vertical location of 583 hex is not possible. It's off the screen. What's going on with that? What are we really looking for? Because that's 1336 pixels, and that would be way down. The screen's only 254 pixels from top to bottom. So I'm curious if it's catching one of these shards flying. Just so happened to be the first structure that it found with the horizontal value that we were looking for, which was 38. And it seems like I have these hard sets, so this is like, if I had to put some notes here, I would put like player 2 question mark here and player 1 question mark here, because we're looking at the player ID here, doing a bit set check on that. If it is 0, I'm going to jump, which obviously bit 0, if our ID is 1, bit 0 would be here. It would be 1, so it's not 0. So we're using the 38 hex value, and we're looking for that for player 1. But like I said, the weird part is the vertical value is 1300 pixels or so. That thing's got to be like way down here. So I gotta okay, let's go down the rabbit hole a little further. So let's keep that window open. Let's go down that chain of objects in the object pool. Hopefully it's not too far. We got 102 db00. So we would go here next, which would be 102 d5eo. And we're just going to go down here a couple of these objects in a row, and we're going to look and see if anyone else has the 90 offset value of 38, which would indicate the horizontal value is the same. And that's it. That's actually the last object in the pool, because when we go to the next address, there is no more pointers. So the next, if we go back to the debugger, the next call to this, when we called the pointer, next pointer, it would have jumped to, it'll jump down here anyways. And since we're here, theoretically that would have been a 0 value. So let's see if there's any kind of exceptions being caught there. If it was a 0, palette remove, probably not, because we're going to call this palette remove, and say it pulls in a palette index of who knows, some crazy number. It could probably crash on us. But I think if we go here to palette index, it's gonna shift left and right. So we have you know, a low index, so it should be okay. I don't know if F index of F, if it's not located, if it's going to crash or not. All right, so then it's going to remove it from the layer. And then let's go back to the script here. Where are we at here? 35, restart goal thread. So it's gonna be interesting because I'm gonna say we have 3,500. Let's see if it finds this instance. To me, this is trying to find the instance of 3501. You can see here in A0. And if we're restarting that thread, we should have a thread already in there somewhere. So let's go through the thread instance check here. It's going to be some more mundane stepping, but I got to do it. I got to see what's going on. So we can, the easy thing here is we can put a breakpoint there. Actually, let's try that again. Breakpoint there. As long as we are in the 105.3390 in our A13 register, we're in the same process. So we can just continue and let it re-break over and over. And just look at A4 to see if it equals 3501. And you can see when the register changes, it will change to red. So we got 3502. There's 3501. So it does find a thread. They are equal. And then it checks to see if we are in said thread. If so, it's not going to remove it. But we are not, so it's going to move A2 into A0, which A2 is probably the next location. It's going to overwrite that and remove that thread. Okay, so that's good. Thread instance check. I believe. Let me make sure. I think that comes back out of A0. Okay, so yeah, it is A0. So it's going to find that thread. It's not going to remove it. It's going to find it. And it's going to be an A0. So there's our thread, 105.60.90. Okay, the goal thread. And removing some hard values in there, goal restart thread. So I think this is where we re-jump. Because in the original code, let me go over here. I believe that's from the original code. Let me double check, make sure my instance IDs are. Of course, they're not logged here, so I don't know what the 3500s are for. That's not helpful at all. Okay, let's see, 8794 is where we're at. And the funny part, I don't see a mention of 3500s at all. So what is going on here? It had to have made it because we found the instance. Could be in the original code, the game code that is outside of my code. Which makes sense. So I guess let me go in here and jot those instance IDs down. These are something I like to keep track of because it's helpful when you're going through looking for threads and you find a thread and then you want to look and you don't know what it's for. You can look at the 20 offset of that location, and you can compare it to what you got logged down and you say, oh yeah, that's 3501. That's the what was that called? The goal thread for test your might. And 3502 will be the same, but for player 2. Okay, so we got that logged. Next up, let's see, the goal restart thread. So I think what's going on here is, this is where we're going to inject this thread, or the 3501 thread, we're going to redirect it. That's FFDC 0710. So what we can do there is we can do a breakpoint in A7, and we can follow that when that creates it, because it could be something outside of my code that's causing a problem that I caused with my code. We'll find out. We'll try to follow that and see how that thread, that restart goal thread, reacts to that. Typically, the way the flow process goes in this game is you'll have a control structure, like a process, a thread, or whatever you're going to call it. We'll call it just a thread. That's what I've been calling it. That's what all my symbols are named. You'll have just a periodic frame delay, and it will check a specific location for a redirect if it's got something there. If it's got something there, then it jumps to it. That's pretty much how the reactions to the fighting game work. So if you're fighting and you hit somebody and you want to get a reaction, well, that person you hit, when you hit him, he's going to be redirected with this address of where his fighter should start continuing from after being hit, like a reaction, like an animation, and stuff like that. All right, so let's see. We're gonna breakpoint A7. We're gonna thread inject jumped A1 into A7. So and that is this one. A7. So it's going to move it in the value of 105, 60, 90. And we got a breakpoint on A7, so as soon as that runs, it never made it. That's interesting. Oh, let's see. Let's go to... Oh crap, that's why I had the wrong value there. Let's do this route. Here's the value we should have had. So here's our redirect. It's basically existing game code, and we're jumping over this 30 or this 50H delay because we don't want that. We're going to grab the material and A5, which is 2, clear A7, jump down here. This is going to create, I think, I want to say oh, there's the arrow. I guess I never noticed it was flashing. Remember that? The kill arrow and destroy line. So that solves that. So anyways, this is going to create, I think this is going to recreate the goal line here. We'll call it the goal line. And this is also looks like it's going to take our material ID and A6. It's going to add an offset. Going to grab, yeah, this is grabbing the location where it's going to put that bar based on what material we're on. And that's going to put that on there. You can see that moved up like it should. The new material came into play. And then we have Kano, which we have to deal with. Let's see where this jump is going to take us to. A8, what is A8? 102 D5 EO. Add A5 and A. Turn. Same thing we're doing here. We're taking the vertical value, add an A5 to it. Because it's changing the arrow, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. This may be a loop here. How many guys are still awake here? We got 12 people awake. Surprised you guys are just bearing through this with me. This can't be too interesting to most folks. Catch up here. What do we got? Headlocked Gaming. What's up, guy? Nice for you to join us here. All right. Let's see. Back to the debugger. 500. 5. Is it technically possible to add Kano transformation or add Sonya or Kano? Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. You'd have to put some Shang Tsung morphing sprites in there. And then pull over all the other sprites from those two fighters. I did say it was easy though. It's a lot of work. We'll restart. what are we doing here with this loop? What is going on here? We get 553 for that value. $83 and $553. Five, 6BDO. I don't think so, Curb. I think Smoke and Jade are pretty good in MK2+. And Noob. I feel like they're pretty rounded, pretty complete. Let's see, so that thread. Okay, that led us to a loop. And that loop looks like, let's see what it's doing. It's changing the locational values of A8. A8 is 102 D5 EO. And let me do a state save here. State save 90, that's not what I wanted, but okay. And I'm gonna disable these breakpoints, and I'm just gonna manipulate the data here in this structure because I'm not sure what is changing, but you'll see this value here just keeps changing. Oh, I see what it's doing over there. It's actually changing player 2's arrow, which doesn't seem to be right. Since, you know what? Maybe it's 3500 and 3501 for the two threads. Okay, let's go back here. Got an idea. No, you know what? I did see a 3502. It is 3501, 3502. Okay. So let's go. Let's restart. Oops, not that one.
Sub-Zero. Test your might.
Oh, let's see. We got take that breakpoint off. Actually, let's let it run because let's see. 105 6BDO. Okay. Six BDO. Two D5 Yo, and then we have okay, yeah, that makes sense now. So it's doing, is it doing both arrows? Why would it do both arrows if there's a 3501 and 3502? All right, so let's see, let's go. Let's make sure we are directing the right side, the right player to, so we got 105, 102 D5 EO is one of the objects, and 102 DBOO. There's one change in here, and one change here, that's doing both of them. Well, one process ain't doing both, there's two separate processes. If we go back here and check our thread instance and make sure we're good. 3500, we do have one. 710. And we get that bookmark there. Let's go ahead and jump into that. To DBOO. So now we have to make sure that this DBOO, well, this is gonna probably break again. Probably, let me see. Did not.
Sub-Zero. Test your memory.
Okay, what is that? 0.10? Okay.
Might.
And MK2, but well, if you can find the statues, I guess. I mean, I don't know, anything's possible, but at this point in MK2 Plus, if I do any additions to the game with graphics, that's going to require a full new burn of all 4 graphics ROMs that are currently burned for the MK2 edition, MK2 Plus. So I'd rather not add any more graphics because it's gonna make us have to just burn new ROMs for the graphics side. If I just do what I plan is just bug fixes for it, I can just do a simple 2 EEPROM update for the program ROMs. So highly unlikely. All right, so let's go. So why do we have 7B10 and 7B? Okay, let's see. That is right. We are going back to the right, and we are redirecting to the right location. That's what I wanted to confirm. We're good there. I don't know why people are so hung up on the atomics pants for Johnny Cage. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's I don't get it. It's just some branding they removed, and just because there's one frame of it left in the game, you want the whole thing to be restored. You know, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And it doesn't, you know, it doesn't really do much to the game, really. Why did you make Smoke unlock fight him on the portal stage? Unlock it hornbuckle. What do you make Smoke unlock by fighting him on the portal stage? I mean, it could have done it, and I guess having Smoke unlocked on the portal stage, I mean, it could have done it that way as well. I felt, I mean, how else would you do that? I mean, would you just fight him on, you know, on when Dan Forden comes out and fight him and beat him that way? I'm trying to recall how do I make you unlock Smoke on MK2 Plus? Let's see, Jade was winning the ladder without losing, including beating her, and Noob was beating the game in 12 minutes and 38 seconds, I think it is, something like that. Beat Hornbuckle. Ah, okay, yeah, that's right, beat Hornbuckle. There you go. It's because it's a challenge. I mean, if I let you play a Smoke after you beat Smoke, I mean, it seems kind of easy after you've played the game a lot. Alright, back to where we were. Okay, so we are redirecting right at this thread instance. Redirection here. That's all good. So let's get rid of those breakpoints because we're done with that part. And let's continue on after that. Oh, to my surprise, we did not break. I was expecting a break point there. This one maybe? That's weird. Alright, let's see. FD 8 BFO. Let's go back to that breakpoint. For some reason, that last breakpoint wasn't breaking. I don't know what's up with that. We'll see. Okay, so there's that instance check. Need D20. Weird, we got a breakpoint there, but oh yes. So we are down further. We're at chop speed reset check, chop flag. Let's see. So it's gonna. was. Absolutely great fighter. So we're gonna go way up here to Absolutely Great Fighter Continued. $88.07. All right, so we're gonna go back up here after we reset the chop. We're gonna get the goal location. Fighter animation. I think I want to rewrite this section because I feel like if all the fighters have the same amount, the same number of frames, we can probably just subtract the initial pointer, animation pointer, and reset it instead of calculating it again. We are creating the goal location for the material there. Storing that. And we're getting the animation for Kano. Storing that. Then we are setting the animation speed. And then we're back here at that loop that we were at initially when we thought maybe we were in the meter animation, but we're actually in the fighter animation, which is where we wanted to be the whole time. Oh yeah, you could play as Hornbuckle with some cheats in Beta 1. Beta 2, I made that a little bit more difficult. Because I knew you guys would find a way. Let's see, 105, 3390, let's get that. Got an idea. But let's see, hold on a minute. All right, process comes from offset 180. 180, what was 180 again? Pointer to meter graphic. All right, so just gonna loop that. I guess let's go back through it and stop it at the second material chop and see if we see something that's not right. One hundred five 3390. We gotta keep that address in mind because that is Arcano 1. There are gonna be two addresses floating through this thread, through this code, and we're gonna make sure we are on Kanos and not Sub-Zeros. Because that threw us for a loop the first hour here. As soon as I go step over this thread delay, it's gonna change the process. 105 3390 to 105 550. Okay, let's see. Input, let's see, let's go back up here. Oh five 3390. Okay, we're in the right ones. Do that. And unfortunately, it seems like, oh man, we can't get back to this thread when we step over this thread delay. Because like I said, when you step over a thread delay, it catches the other process for Sub-Zero. It picks his up and spits us back out after it. And it crashes during, or whatever it is that causes it to hangs up. It does it on Kano's thread, and we're not able to get to it. Let's see if we do. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Could always go through and skip over player 2 even loading in. See how it behaves. Skip, jump kick them over and over. Uh-oh, you're telling me I need to update Hornbuckle's logic? Hornbuckle's easy with Jade, you say? Alright, so 2A90, let's go. 9A50. Oh, that's, never mind. I know why. Alright, so we got 103, 3390. Okay, so we're there. I just didn't have the breakpoint activated. Get next frame. Let's see what we got here. AO, decrement, boom, boom. And then let's see, 1EO. Let's do the math on that so we can see that. 105, 3390 plus 1 EO is 3570. It's 10. Okay, that's good. That should move that over to the countdown. FFDC 4270. So I kind of wanted. Yeah, let's do something here. This is kind of going. Frame 1 of Kano breathing. I just want to keep that value in mind. Load animation. Okay, so. $33.90. Zero into one. See, what is? I feel like, man, that doesn't make any sense right there. A10 is the meter, right? Meter graphic, I believe. It's doing some math on that. The math ain't mathing. You know what I'm saying? And it's throwing it back into the animation duration. Let's see, we're throwing 6 in there. You'll see it pop up here, I think right about here. But it's changing that all together. I don't think that's right. Let's see though, let's see how it works out here. So we have to make sure A13 is 3390. So we're on the right process, because that kind of screwed us last time. Okay, so that's counting down. Yo, okay. Alright, so let's see, we got one. Throwing it back at 1 EO. Okay. Let's just play through a little bit. Okay, 3390, we are on the last frame here before it's supposed to update. A9, FFD 4110. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's go to FFDC. And what was that? DC 4110? 4270, that is calling the right frame, it looks like. FFDC 4270, we got FFDC 4270 there as well. So load the animation here, and we got our segments. Check for any kind of animation command. Okay, so why 227 AO? Why isn't it updating Kano? Unless, I guess the register in A8 could be wrong. Could have switched along the way. Let's pull up. See here. Well, this gotta be player one table object, maybe? Is that where it's storing this stuff? So if we go to that location, it should have a pointer to it, and it is 102.27 AO. It is 102.27 AO. So it is updating the correct object. And if we go here to 102.27 AO, probably see there's the sprite FFDC 4270, which is there. So why aren't we seeing it? Why isn't it updating? That's the question. Let's see. Let me pull that back up. Let me pull that object structure back up. 102.27 AO. Let's take a look just to make sure there ain't anything goofy going on. Looks okay from what I can see. Everything looks okay. FFDC 4130 is the next one. All right, so let's see here. We're gonna try something. Try a quick little workaround to see how it behaves. Just kind of at a loss on why it's not animating right. The only thing I can think of is, are we taking care of? Are we properly disposing of our objects that are breaking? These small chunks. I don't think so, because if we play this, watch, we might have chunks left over. We had one save state where we had one rotating here. I kind of wonder if it's just the object pool just wigging out. Let's look into garbage collection here on those things. So let's find the animation. Let's find the code for creating the explosion of materials. Chop suey material hook. That's not it. Chop and flag. Chop failed. Circle thread. Let's see. Okay, so we are removing the old chopped material here, but I don't know if we're actually collecting all the old objects. It could be just running out of object pool. One way to test that was if we chop, it would wig out after 2 chops on player 1. If we chop 1 of each, maybe player 2 will wig out. Let's check that out first. Yeah, you can see it. Kano stopped animating. And we have spinnies. Okay, so that's what it was. I mean, I feel better about that. The code's not wrong. It's just we need to garbage collect a little bit. Good old garbage collecting. So how are we gonna do that? How are we going to do that? Because we kind of want the pieces to keep flying. We don't want to destroy them immediately after we reset the old material with the new material, because if you'll notice, the new material comes quite quickly while there's still pieces of the old material that's flying around. So we have to make sure that we don't take those off the screen too early. We can iterate through, we can do it under a time basis. We can destroy them after a certain time. But let's think about this. If we have both players chopping at once, we already know that after 2 chops, the materials are going to we're going to run an object pool. So if you have 2 players chopping like that, it's going to wig out the animation for the guy that chopped first. How are we going to do that? We can limit the number of particles that's flying through the air. We can iterate through. We can pull them up and iterate through their locations and see if they're actually on screen. If not, remove them. That's the best thing I can think of right now. I don't know how long. I don't know what that's going to do as far as if that's going to be just a lot of iterating. But let's look into how they actually deploy here, because if there are random directions and gravity, and you know, it may be iterating through some pieces for quite a bit of time. But I think we found it, though, at least. Pretty sure we found it, so we'll just we'll work on that. We have to come up with an idea of how to handle those chunks of debris that are flying everywhere. And I mean, we can take I don't think taking any stage assets are going to do anything because, I mean, they could, but I kind of like to keep them there. I've already removed the instructions because those were necessary after the first job. So those freed up some locations in the object pool. We can iterate through pieces to check their location. Let's go find out how they're deployed. That's what we're doing here. Explode material. Let's see, FFDC. This is an absolute call here, so it's outside of my code. It's existing game code, so let's put a breakpoint on that, and let's see how that functions. And see if we can come up with some ways to handle those. Okay. All right. Oh, let's see here. Right out the gates, we got F5 or F and A5. We have 1, 2, 3 processes, and it's running 16 times. It jumps from here to 1920. Let's run in this process 5 times. And we don't have any of these processes identified. I like that. So we're going to do some logging here. And 3001 seems to be a multi-purpose ID. We've got character selector, and now we can also add TehDrewsus material. I guess chunk would be the name. Chunk explosion. And what we'll do is we'll do first. Let's go to this pointer here. Look at the structure here. It's probably kind of sprite structure here. Go to FFDC to BCO. And what do we got here? We've got structure that possibly ends with the 1. And we'll split this here. And we'll go to that first pointer. We'll go FFA 3900. And we have a sprite header with a width of 16, height of 14, offset by 7 and 10. And graphic location there. Okay, so just an array of sprites for the materials. We gotta come up with a way that we're going to remove those when they're not on screen, and or limit. I'd rather not limit the amount of them, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. But I'm thinking about it, and let's see. The original game, when you test your might, they don't reanimate, do they? After they've well, actually they do. They do their victory thing, don't they? Go YouTube. Let's check it out. see what we got here.
Test your might.
So, it seems like it should handle it because they reanimate, and then they are also 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 20. I mean, you got about 30, 35 extra objects there that are with the strings down here. Okay, idea here. Let's do this. Identify what's going on here with these. Could be something with these threads. These threads could not be ending. Maybe these threads keep going on. That could be a problem. Maybe it's not the object tool. Maybe it's just the threads here. So let's identify these threads before we get any further here. All right, so let's see, F7. Go to a breakpoint on A7 here. Yeah, let's see what that's doing. Take character 8, randomize, random, okay, random velocity. It's actually destroying it after, let's see when. Creating it, randomized number, let's see, A8. We can also go in here and open up that structure, 1011570. That's the newly created structure. Like I said, we have 570 FO. 1570. Okay. .40 is velocity. The 40 offset's always velocity, and I believe 60 is also velocity. So we're just randomizing velocity values here to send it into the air, it looks like. And we'll go into this, jump here, animation speed. Crap, it pulled me back out of that because it created another one, I think. Of grounded. Okay, so it's got a grounding check on the materials. 8760. So if it's not, it's gonna keep going if it's not grounded. Okay, so let's do this. Gonna count how many we make and how many are destroyed. Just make sure. Okay, so it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 were created. Let's make sure all 14 are destroyed. What is it destroying now? Way more than 14, I feel like. Unless this is being jumped to from another one of those processes that we haven't stepped through yet, which is likely. Okay, that's probably the case. It's probably using the same code to destroy. Okay, so let's go on to the next two processes. So we know the first one, 1B00. And then 1DAO. You can tell here, this thread here is definitely going through the other code for destroying the objects because its start address is 1DAO and our destroy code starts at 1. Actually, I take that back. 1D40. We have 19CO. That could be it. Okay. All right. Let's step through these. And then we have a new one, 1DAO. So we'll do a breakpoint on that one. At least get this identified. Make sure garbage is getting collected here. Should be. But, you know, in the original game, they didn't intend you to keep chopping like that, so who knows. Could have not cleaned up very well. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Just catching up here. I'm in the grid. Yeah, I'm back. We're back. I'm elbow deep. I am elbow deep. We're over here defining new threads and IDs and everything. We're getting back in the groove of things. What do I want to do? 1B, 1DAO. Okay, so we're breakpoint on this thread. Let's see what this is going to do for us. All right, so some more high values with randomized numbers is going to be probably a different style of chunk, because if I'm not mistaken, we probably have two different sizes. It's going to create a generic table. And here's some material pieces. Update. Random velocities here. Set the animation speed. And there's a thread delay. We'll turn off that last breakpoint so we don't get stuck coming back to it. And it's going to update the animation. Update the object. Oh, check this out. These are some new values here. 180, 20. What are these? Oh, okay. Those are DMA values. Look at this. Or actually, you see FE and 190. That's the screen size. That stuck out to me immediately. So FE is 254 and 190 is the width. Yeah, 400. So it's actually iterating through the location of these pieces and seeing if they're probably within those that range. Yep, that's what it's doing. One FFO is, let's see, 1D30. Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. That's what I was thinking to do. So if it's out of range, I'd jump to 1D30, which would be one line above the 1D40, which is the code that destroys the object. So that looks okay. Let's move on to the next one, I suppose. Got 1D30. That's where it's going to destroy it. And let's restore this save state and look at the next thread that we don't have identified. Which is and then we have a jump loop here. We got FFDC 17. That does do that 16 times. Curious if we modify this and see how it runs. First we gotta get an actual ROM location for this. We know where to go. We've got reload this and get that location. Alright, so we have FFDC 17CO. So B82F8 is what we want. There's our code there. So, let's go. We gotta see. We want to clear A5. Man, let me test myself. Clear A5. What is that instruction? God, I'm drawing a blank. It's been so long. I can type it in the editor there, but yep, I'll have to do that. So actually, let's just do move. Actually, we don't have to do that. I know an easier way. We can go over here to the 3E85 jump, and we can just knock that out. Where did? Oh, there it is. We'll just knock out that 3E85. I know that one. That's the easiest instruction of all. Actually, that's not going to work because what if A5 is something stupid high to begin with? 5685. Okay. So. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Doesn't like that. It's probably going to want to clear A5. Missing something here? Oh, there is 56A5. There we go. So now it's not going to loop. You go through these processes. It creates these 3 processes. It gets down to this jump. DO A5. 20. All right, where did I goof up at? Goofed up somewhere here. Yeah. Try that again. Why? Why did I not want to knock this 3E85? Someone tell me. You want it to be 1, by the way. 1 is what you want to make that work right. So if we go... Got a couple locations we want to put that into. 56A5. Do this. 6A5, that's gonna move 1 into A5 there, and guess we didn't have to knock that one, but we'll do. State save 9 just to save that. I believe we shouldn't have any looping to create all those particles, and we'll see how it plays without all those particles. Let's see, that's gonna clear that, that's good. Alright. Huh. Oh, let's see, 685. $85, okay. Oh man, how did I mess that up? Move 1H into A5. That's what I wanted, right? 1825. How did I get that wrong? 1825. That's what I wanted. 1825. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so there we go. Fantastic. Okay. Not excellent. Okay, well, we still got, I think, one more thread to investigate there. Didn't seem to be the chopping pieces, so the object pooling seems to be okay. So let's check this out, I guess. This last one, see what's going on there.
Kano, Sub-Zero. Test your mem- might. Test your might.
Hmm. Well, let's see. I was talking for a bit there and I had my mic muted. But I guess the next logical step would be to start, we could jump some code in here, maybe try to do a process of elimination for, see if it runs better, but I don't think, man, it seemed like it was an object pool or something going on there. It just doesn't seem right. I don't think jumping code's gonna lead us to the right spot, because if anything, just jumping the explosion material bits, I thought that was gonna do it. And that's just, just eliminating all those object creations for all the little bits and pieces, but it seemed to get us further along, but there's still an underlying problem somewhere. Hey, you're welcome, TJ. I mean, I'm glad you like tuning in. It's like I said, it's captivating and riveting prime time stream right here. You watch me fiddle along with some old code that I'm trying to remember what I wrote to fix so we can advance the project. So if you're just tuning in, we have a game mode here, which is for now called Chop Suey. And it's basically just you are racing a buddy or somebody on the other controller, or player 2. It's just a race to see who can chop all the materials the fastest. And right now we're trying to figure out why it's struggling to complete two chops, and it has some crashing issues. So something in my code is probably causing it. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in the original game code that I'm relying on with some redirects, which could be causing an issue because they never meant for it to loop through the materials like that. So that's what we're doing. We're on a nice hunt to see what's going on. And I feel like I'm gonna have to just go through this line by line off stream and get real familiar with it, so it'll help me find the problem, so you guys don't have to sit here and watch me find it on the stream. And I might even create a flowchart, because the way this jumping up and down in the script, I mean, it's not difficult to do, but when you're trying to refamiliarize yourself with some old code that you wrote, it doesn't really put things in perspective. Having a nice flowchart would probably help immensely. Let's see, what did I use in the past? There's a service out there. I think this is it. I'll pull it up for you guys here in a second. Let me make sure it's right. Yeah, that's definitely not right. I thought it was called like Mira or something with the. It's like a flow chart. Let's see. There it is. Miro. That's what it is. Miro. So. Actually pretty good, but capabilities, diagramming. I think it's diagramming. Log in. If I can't find out. I used this before. Let's see if I can. Okay, so here we go. We've got, I'll full screen this here for you. So this is pretty much the AI flowchart for MK2. Full flowchart in what the AI does. This is what I use Miro for. So this is a good example of using a flowchart. Really makes you see it in a better perspective, because sometimes staring at words all day just kind of just drains you, I feel like. But it's a pretty good document here. We've got some current AI complaints there, which they do in fact read your input. I can prove that somewhere over here. Here it is right here. Get opponent's move ID. So they know exactly what move you're doing. And then they calculate a reaction move from that said move ID. And there's reaction tables to those things. So that's a pretty good service to use if you ever want to do any flow charting. I forgot the pricing on it. I want to say they did like a monthly thing, but I'm no longer subscribed to it, but you can keep whatever you make. If you're not actively subscribed, you can go in there. I just think they limit. I thought they limit editing, but I guess I'm able to edit that. So maybe it's just I can't make any new ones since I'm not subscribed to their monthly anymore. Either way, but I think I'll do that. I'll put together something like that, and we'll go from there on this chop scenario we've got. So not an object pooling issue. We're just gonna put marginally. I don't know if I spelled it right. Doesn't matter. But some notes for next time when I come back to this. We did correct that screen shake issue. That definitely didn't need to be the way it was initially when we first started today. So that is definitely better. A little bookmark there for next time. It's going to be at the start of the Chop Suey game mode. One more thing I want to try before I call it a night here. Let's do. Let's do a jump here. Skip player 2. So let's do that. Debug, skip player 2. So we'll just build this real fast. We'll try this. We're just gonna skip player 2 creation. Hopefully that works the way I want it to. Push that down. We can get out of that. I don't know what to expect here. Jumping that player 2 code. I expect it to work. Just only one player. But who knows?
Sub-Zero. Test your might.
Aha! So there we go. That helps us quite a bit. Definitely confirms we got something else going on there. It's nothing to do with object pooling whatsoever. Just after the second chop. I don't know why the second chop. I don't know why the first chop doesn't act out, but it is what it is. So we'll come back to that when I return here. We're gonna do probably. I'm gonna do a flowchart. Go over that code and come back to that, and we'll just leave it we'll leave it with one player because it's easier for now just to debug it, and then once we get that chopping through the way it should be, then player 2 shouldn't be a problem when it comes back in. But we'll check it out when that time comes. So that's pretty much gonna do it for tonight. Don't feel like I got very far, but it's expected. Like I said, jumping back into it, getting my feet wet, can only get better as far as efficiency goes. So we'll continue on. We'll aim for maybe like middle of the week or something. Maybe like Wednesday or something like that. And then we'll pick up where we left off. In the meantime, I'll analyze that code a little closer and see if something sticks out to me and helps me figure out what's going on there with it. But that's gonna do it, guys. So I appreciate you guys checking it out, and I'll see you guys next time doing some MK Plus. So have a good night.